temptation, deliver us from evil through Jesus Christ our Lord. خير نبران نبيوت نبشيرين نبنب مثوى ونوت نود أمين. Prophecies of the first hour, the eve of the Friday of the Holy Basas, blessing with us all. Amen. Jeremiah the prophet.
From Jeremiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. For behold, I will send serpents among you, vipers which cannot be charmed, and they shall bite you, says the Lord. I will comfort myself in sorrow, my heart is faint in me. Listen, the voice, the cry of the daughter of my people from a far country. Is not the Lord in Zion? Is not her king in her? Why have you provoked me to anger with their carved images, with foreign idols? The harvest is past, the summer is ended. Are we not, and we are not saved? For the hunt of the daughter of my people I am hurt, I am mourning. Astonishment has taken hold of me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is there no recovery for the health of the daughter of my people? Oh, that my head were waters and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain daughter of my people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place for travelers, that I might leave my people and go for them. For they are all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men, and like their bow they have bent their tongues for lies. They are not valiant for the truth on the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they do not know me, says the Lord. Everyone take heed to his neighbor, and do not trust any brother, for every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanderers. Everyone will deceive his neighbor and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak lies. They weary themselves to commit iniquity. Your dwelling place is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they refuse to know me, says the Lord. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Doxology of the first hour, the eve of the Friday of the Holy Pascha. His blessings be with us all. Amen. Hear us, our Lord. Pray thankfully, our Father. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory. Eleison thoctetigum epion episode viamai shainem in meruim benoti benor thoctetigum epion episode viamai shainem in peshois Iisus de Christos besotir agathos tagom nepaesmo viepshois apshobine epsotiria evo thoctetigum epion episode viamai shainem Thoctetigum nebio nebizon biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben oro thoctetigum nebizon biamai shaine amin bashois Iisus bechristos basotiren agathos tagom nebais vievshos apshobini evsotiri F.O.F. thoctetigum nebio nebizon biamai shaine amin Thoctetigum nebio nebizon biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben not ben orothok tetigom nembio nembet monem biamai shahine min bachoisisos bekristos Besotiren agathos tagom nembaet Viepshoi sabshobine yavsotireya ev oev Tok tetigom nembio nembet monem biamai shahine amin Tedigom nembio nembezmo nembiamai shaini amin Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Tok tetigom nembio nembezmo nembiamai shaini amin Shoisi sos bechristos Besotiren agathos tagom Nemba ismo biev shoisab shobinei Stotireya ev oev Tok tetigom nembio nembezmo nembiamai shaini amin Tok tetigom nembio nembezmo nembiamai shaini Emmanuel ben noti ben oro Shoisi sos bechristos besotiren agathos tagom nemba ismo biev shoisab shobine yev sotireya ev oev Tok tetigom nembio nembezmo nembiamai shaini amin Tok tetigom nembio nembezmo nembiamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben orom Tok tetigom nembi nembi ezmo nembi amahisha amin bachoisi sos bi Christos pasotiren agathos tagom nemba edmo biev shois shobineyev sotireya evoev Tok tetigom nembi nembi ezmo nembi amahisha amin pray together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power.
Salmos tuda avid epecho et shom.
En evangelionet oeb kata Ioannen ageion. From the Psalms our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and let my cry come to you. My enemies reproach me all day long, and those who praise me swore against me. O God, have mercy on us and have compassion upon us, and make us worthy to hear a holy gospel. A reading according to St. John. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Little children, I shall be with you a little while longer. You will seek me, and as I said to the Jews, where I am going, you cannot come. So now I say to you a new commandment I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. By this all will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another. Simon Peter said to him, Lord, where are you going? Jesus answered him, where I am going you cannot follow me now, but you shall follow me afterward. Peter said to him, Lord, why can I not follow you now? I will lay down my life for your sake. Jesus answered him, Will you lay down your life for my sake? Most assuredly I say to you, the rooster shall not crow till you have denied me 3 times. Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, there you may be also. And where I go you know, and the way you know. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you are going, and how can we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also. And from now on you know him and have seen him. Philip said to him, Lord, show us the Father, and it is sufficient for us. Jesus said to him, Have I been with you so long, and yet you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. So how can you say, Show us the Father? Do you not believe that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak to you, I do not speak on my own authority, but the Father who dwells in me does the works. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me, or else believe me for the sake of the works themselves. Most assuredly I say to you, he who believes in me, the works that I do he will do also, and greater works than these he will do, because I go to my Father. And whatever you ask in my name, I will do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it. If you love me, keep my commandments. And I will pray the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may abide with you forever, the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him, but you know him. For he dwells with you, and will be in you. I will not leave you orphans. I will come to you a little while longer, and the world will see me no more. But you will see me. Because I live, you will live also. At that day you will know that I am in my Father, and you in me, and I in you. He who has my commandments and keeps them, it is he who loves me, and he who loves me will be loved by my Father. And I will love him and manifest myself to him. Judas, not Iscariot, said to him, Lord, how is that you will manifest yourself to us and not to the world? Jesus answered and said to him, If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. He who does not love me does not keep my words. And the word which you hear is not mine, but the Father's who sent me. These things I have spoken to you while being present with you. Bow down before the Holy Gospel.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint John. trust and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. But the Helper, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things, and bring to your remembrance all things that I said to you. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. You have heard me say to you, I'm going away and coming back to you. If you loved me, you would rejoice, because I said I'm going to the Father. For my Father is greater than I. And now I've told you before it comes, that when it does come to pass, you may believe. I'll no longer talk much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming, and he has nothing in me. But that the world may know that I love the Father, and as the Father gave me commandments, so I do. Arise, let us go from here. I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he prunes, that it may bear more fruit. You are already clean because of the word which I've spoken to you. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself unless it abides in the vine, neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me and I in him bears much fruit. For without me you can do nothing. If anyone does not abide in me, he is cast out as a branch and is withered, and they gather them and throw them into the fire, and they are burned. If you abide in me and my words abide in you, you will ask what you desire, and it shall be done for you. By these my Father is glorified, that you bear much fruit, so you will be my disciples. As the Father loved me, I also have loved you. Abide in my love. If you keep my commandments, you will abide in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. These things I have spoken to you, that my joy may remain in you, and that your joy may be full. This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends. You are my friends, if you do whatever I command you. No longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing, but I have called you friends. For all things that I heard from my Father, I have made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you, that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should remain, and that whatever you ask the Father in my name he may give you. These things I command you, that you love one another. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of this world, the world would love its own. Yet because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they kept my word, they will keep yours also. But all these things they will do to you for my name's sake, because they do not know him who sent me. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would have no sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin. He who hates me hates my Father also. If I had not done among them the works which no one else did, they would have no sin. But now they have seen and also hated both me and my Father. But this happened that the word might be fulfilled which is written in their law. They hated me without a cause. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. John, the evangelist, apostle, and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. But when the Helper comes, whom I shall send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father, he will testify of me. And you also will bear witness, because you have been with me from the beginning. These things I have spoken to you, that you should not be made to stumble. They will put you out of the synagogues. Yes, the time is coming that whoever kills you thinks he offers God service. And these things they will do to you, because they have not known the Father nor me. But these things I have told you, that when the time comes you may remember that I told you of them. And these things I did not say to you at the beginning, because I was with you. But now I go away to him who sent me, and none of you asks me, where are you going? But because I have said these things to you, sorrow has filled your heart. Nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is to your advantage that I go away, for if I do not go away, the Helper will not come to you. But if I depart, I will send him to you, and when he has come, he will convict the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. Of sin, because they do not believe in me. Of righteousness, because I go to my Father, and you will see me no more. Of judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. However, when the Spirit of truth has come, he will guide you into all truth, for he will not speak on his own authority, but whatever he hears he will speak, and he will tell you things to come. He will glorify me, for he will take of what is mine and declare it to you. All these things that the Father has are mine. Therefore I said that he will take of mine and declare it to you. A little while longer, a little while, and you'll not see me no more. And again a little while, and you will see me, because I go to the Father. Then some of his disciples said among themselves, what is this that he says to us? A little while you will see me, you will not see me, and again a little while, and you will see me. And because I go to the Father. They said therefore, what is this that he says? A little while, we do not know what he is saying. Now Jesus knew that they desired to ask him, and he said to them, are you inquiring among yourselves about what I said? A little while, and you will not see me, and again a little while, and you will see me. Most assuredly I say to you that you will weep and lament, but the world will rejoice, and you will be sorrowful, but your sorrow will be turned into joy. A woman, when she is in labor, has sorrow because her hour has come. But as soon as she has given birth to the child, she no longer remembers the anguish for joy that a human being has been born into the world. Therefore you now have sorrow, but I will see you again, and your heart will rejoice, and your joy no one will take from you. And in that day you'll ask me nothing. Most assuredly I say to you, whatever you ask the Father in my name, he will give you. Until now you have asked nothing in my name. Ask and you will receive, that your joy may be full. These things I have spoken to you in figurative language. But the time is coming when I'll no longer speak to you in figurative language, but I will tell you plainly about the Father. In that day you will ask in my name, and I do not say to you that I shall pray the Father for you. For the Father himself loves you, because you have loved me, and have believed that I came forth from God. I came forth from the Father and have come into the world. Again I leave the world and go to the Father. His disciples said to him, see, now you are speaking plainly and using no figure of speech. Now we are sure that you know all things and have no need that anyone should question you. By this we believe that you came forth from God. Jesus answered them, do you now believe? Indeed, the hour is coming, yes, has now come, that you'll be scattered each to his own and will leave me alone. And yet I am not alone, because the Father is with me. These things I have spoken to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. John, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Jesus spoke these words, lifted up his eyes to heaven, and said, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, that your Son also may glorify you. As you have given him authority over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as you have given him. And this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. I have glorified you on the earth. I have finished the work which you have given me to do. And now, O Father, glorify me together with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. I have manifested your name to the men whom you have given me out of the world. They were yours, you gave them to me, and they have kept your word. Now they have known that all things which you have given me are from you, for I have given to them the words which you have given me, and they have received them and have known surely that I come forth from you, and they have believed that you sent me. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but for those whom you have given me, for they are yours, and all mine are yours, and yours are mine, and I am glorified in them. Now I am no longer in the world, but these are in the world, and I come to you. Holy Father, keep through your name those whom you have given me, that they may be one as we are. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in your name. Those whom you gave me I have kept, and none of them is lost except the son of perdition, that the scripture might be fulfilled. But now I come to you, and these things I speak in the world, that they may have my joy fulfilled in themselves. I have given them your word, and the world has hated them because they are not of the world, just as I am not of the world. I do not pray that you should take them out of the world, but that you should keep them from the evil one. They are not of this world, just as I am not of this world. Sanctify them by your truth. Your word is truth, as you have sent me into the world. I also have sent them into the world. For their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also may be sanctified by the truth. I do not pray for these alone, but also for those who will believe in me through their word, that they all may be one as you, Father, are in me and I in you, that they also may be one in us, that the world may believe that you sent me. And the glory which you gave me I have given them, that they may be one just as we are one. I in them and you in me, that they may be made perfect in one, and that the world may know that you have sent me and have loved them as you have loved me. Father, I desire that they also, whom you gave me, may be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory which you have given me. For you loved me before the foundation of the world. O righteous Father, the world has not known you, but I have known you, and these have known that you sent me, and I have declared to them your name, and will declare it, that the love with which you love me may be in them, and I in them.
prophecies of the third hour of the Friday eve of the Holy Paschal, may its blessings be with us all. Amen.
From Ezekiel the prophet, may his blessing be with us all. Amen. Moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own ways and deeds. To me their way was like uncleanness of a woman in her customary impurity. Therefore I poured out my fury on them, for the blood they had shed on the land, and for their idols which they had defiled it. So I scattered them among the nations, and they were dispersed throughout the countries. I judged them according to their ways and their deeds. When they came to the nations, wherever they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said of them, These are the people of the Lord, and yet they have gone out of his land. But these are the people of the... But I had concern for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the nations wherever they went. Therefore, say to the house of Israel, Thus says the Lord God, I do not do this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which you have profaned among the nations, wherever you went. I will sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, which you have profaned in their midst. And the nations shall know that I am the Lord, says the Lord God, when I am hallowed in you before their eyes. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Choice nine alleluia, Chenevranem efiot, nem epshirin bebnevmaith oeb, onotin otamin, toxabatri ke eo ke age ovnevmati kenin ke ai, ke estosion astonion on amin. The praise of the third hour of the Friday eve of the Holy Paschal, may its blessings be with us all. Amen. O Lord, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father, who art in heaven.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever. Amen.
Kyrie eleison, to tetigom nembion,
Embesmon embiamai shaine min Emmanuel ben noti ben oro tetigom nembion embesmon embiamai shaine min bashoi sisos be Christos besotir nagatos tagom nemba esmo biek shoisem shobine sotiria ev oem tetigom nembion embesmon embiamai shaine amin. Tetigom nebion embesmon embiamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben oro tetigom nebion embesmon embiamai shaine amin bashoi Isos be Christos besotir agathos tagom nemba esmo miem shoisav shobineyam sotiria ev oev tetigom nebion embesmon embiamai shaine amin. Embesmon embiamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben oro tetigom nebion embesmon embiamai shaine amin bashoi Isos be Christos besotir agathos tagom nemba esmo biek shoisem shobine
art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and glory, forever and ever.
Salmos toda Avid Eveno Esmo Avon Ero Oven Ori
ולכן באבנגליון אתואם כתמת ציון אגיו.
From the Psalms of our teacher, David the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all, amen. Do not keep silent, O God of my praise, for the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful have opened against me. They have also surrounded me with words of hatred, and fought against me without a cause.
Alleluia.
Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel, according to St. Matthew, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. And when they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus said to them, all of you will be made to stumble because of me this night, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after I have been raised, I will go before you to Galilee. Peter answered and said to him, even if all are made to stumble because of you, I will never be made to stumble. Jesus said to him, assuredly I say to you, that this night, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. Peter said to him, even if I have to die with you, I will not deny you. And so said all the disciples.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Mark, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. And when they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus said to them, all of you will be made to stumble because of me this night. For it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered. But after I have been raised, I will go before you to Galilee. Peter said to him, even if all are made to stumble, yet I will not be. Jesus said to him, assuredly I say to you, that today, even this night, before the rooster crows twice, you will deny me 3 times. But he spoke more vehemently, if I have to die with you, I will not deny you. And they all said likewise. Glory to you.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Luke, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. And the Lord said, Simon, Simon, indeed Satan has asked for you, that he may sift you as wheat. But I have prayed for you, that your faith should not fail. And when you have returned to me, strengthen your brethren. But he said to him, Lord, I am ready to go with you, both to prison and to death. Then he said, I tell you, Peter, the rooster shall not crow this day before you will deny 3 times that you know me. And he said to them, when I sent you without money bag
knapsack and sandals, did you lack anything? So they said nothing. Then he said to them, But now he who has a money bag, let him take it, and likewise a knapsack. And he who has no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. For I say to you that this which is written must still be accomplished in me. And he was numbered with the transgressors. For the things concerning me have an end. So they said, Lord, look, here are 2 swords. And he said to them, It is enough. Coming out, he went to the Mount of Olives, as he was accustomed, and his disciples also followed him.
Glory to you, Lord.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint John, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings
Be with us all.
When Jesus had spoken these words, he went out with his disciples over the brook Kidron, where there was a garden, which he and his disciples entered, and Judas, who betrayed him, also knew that place, for Jesus often met there with his disciples.
نبران نبيوت نبشيري نبي بنفما الثواب ونوت أمين. The prophecies of the 6th of the Friday of the Holy Pascha is blessing be with us all. Ameen.
And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, say to her, You are a land that is not cleansed or rained on in the day of indignation. The conspiracy of her prophets in her midst is like a roaring lion tearing the prey. They have devoured people. They have taken treasure and precious things. They have made many widows in their midst. Her priests have violated my law and profaned my holy things. They have not distinguished between the holy and unholy, nor have they made known the difference between the unclean and the clean. They have hidden their eyes from my Sabbaths, so that I am profaned among them. Her princes in her midst are like wolves tearing their prey, to shed blood, to destroy people, and to get dishonest gain. Her prophets plastered them with untempted mortar, seeing false visions and divining lines for them, saying, Thus says the Lord God, when the Lord has not spoken. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
The doxology of the 6th hour of the Friday of the Holy Pascha, blessing be with us all. Ameen. Hear us, O Lord, to pray thankfully. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. For thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory. يا ليسون ثوك تأتي قوم نبي Iisus pe Hristos, pe sotir agathos tagom nebbaez mobiem shoisam shobi neyam sotir yev oev tov tetigom nebbiho nebbezvo nebbiyama shayne amin. Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben horot Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin beshoy sisos be Christos besotir nagathos tagom nebait mobiem shoysap shobinayim sotireya oem Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben horot Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin beshoy sisos be Christos besotir nagathos tagom nebais mobiem shoysap shobinayim sotireya oem Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben horot Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin beshoy sisos be Christos besotir nagathos tagom nebais mobiem shoysap shobinayim sotireya oem Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben horot Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin beshoy sisos be Christos besotir nagathos tagom nebais mobiem shoysap shobinayim sotireya oem Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Tetikum nebionem bezmonem biamai shaine amin Emmanuel ben noti ben horot pray together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, ours is the kingdom, power, and glory forever. Amen.
Psalm of the Abad. Deliver me, my enemies oh my God. From those who rise up, again. I looked for someone to take pity. But there was no and for but I found no
Que verto cadaxeo thinimes tis acroasios toi evangelio, Kyrion keton theonimon, iketem somen sofei orthiakos somen, to agioe.
no si se vol en evangelione thoeb katamathion ageo doxasi kerei.
From the Psalms of our teacher David the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all, amen. Deliver me from my enemies, my God. Defend me from those who rise up against me. I looked for someone to take pity, but there was none. And for comforters, but I found none. Ora
pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Matthew, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings Then Jesus came with them to a place called Gethsemane, and said to the disciples, "Sit here while I go over and pray over there." And he took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee, and he began to be sorrowful and deeply distressed. Then he said to them, "My soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even to death. Stay here and watch with me." He went a little farther and fell on his face and prayed, saying, "O my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will." Then he came to the disciples and found them sleeping, and said to Peter, "What, could you not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, lest you enter into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak." Again, a second time, he went away and prayed, saying, "O my Father, if this cup cannot pass away from me unless I drink it, your will be done." And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. So he left them, went away again, and prayed the 3rd time, saying the same word. Then he came to his disciples and said to them, "Are you still sleeping and resting? Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is being betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. See, my betrayer is at hand."
Chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Mark the Evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Then they came to a place which was named Gethsemane, and he said to his disciples, "Sit here while I pray." And he took Peter, James, and John with him, and he began to be troubled and deeply distressed. Then he said to them, "My soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even to death. Stay here and watch." He went a little further and fell on the ground and prayed that if it were possible, the hour might pass from him. And he said, "Abba, Father, all things are possible for you. Take this cup away from me. Nevertheless, not that what I will, but what you will. Then he came and found them sleeping, and said to Peter, Simon, are you sleeping? Could you not watch 1 hour? Watch and pray, lest you enter into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. Again he went away and prayed, and spoke the same words. And when he returned, he found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy, and they did not know what to answer him. Then he came the 3rd time and said to them, Are you still sleeping and resting? It is enough. The hour has come. Behold, the Son of Man is being betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. See, my betrayer is at hand.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Luke the Evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. When he came to the place, he said to them, Pray that you may not enter into temptation. And he was withdrawn from them about a stone's throw, and he knelt down and prayed, saying, Father, if it is your will, take this cup away from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but yours be done. Then an angel appeared to him from heaven, strengthening him. And being in agony, he prayed more earnestly. Then his sweat became like great drops of blood, falling down to the ground. When he rose up from prayer and had come to his disciples, he found them sleeping from sorrow. Then he said to them, Why do you sleep? Rise and pray, lest you enter into temptation.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. John the Evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. Then Judas, having received a detachment of troops and offers from the chief priests and Pharisees, came there with lanterns, torches, and weapons. Then Jesus, therefore, knowing all things that will come upon him, went forward and said to them, Whom are you seeking? They answered him, saying, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus said to them, I am he. And Judas who betrayed him also stood with them. Then when he said to them, I am he, they drew back and fell to the ground. Then he said to them again, Whom are you seeking? And they said, Jesus of Nazareth. Then Jesus answered, I have told you. I am he. Therefore, if you seek me, let these go their way, that the saying might be fulfilled which he spoke, Of whom you gave me, I have lost none.
Glory to you.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen. The prophecies of the 9th hour of the eve of the Friday of the Holy Pascha, may its blessings be with us all. Amen.
Therefore, thus says the Lord of hosts, Behold, I refine them and try them, for how shall I deal with the daughter of my people? Their tongue is an arrow shot out, it seeks deceit. One speaks peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he lies in wait. Shall I not punish them for these things, says the Lord? Shall I not avenge myself on such a nation as this? I will take up a weeping and wailing for the mountains, and for the dwelling place of the wilderness a lamentation, because they are burned up, so that no one can pass through, nor can men hear the voice of the cattle. Both the birds of the heaven and the beasts have fled. They are gone. I will make Jerusalem a heap of ruins, a den of jackals. I will make the city of Judah desolate, without an inhabitant. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Also from Ezekiel the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen.
And you, son of man, prophesy and say, Thus says the Lord God concerning the Ammonites, and concerning their approach, and say, a sword is drawn, polished for slaughter, for consuming, for flashing, while they see false visions for you, while they divine a lie to you, to bring you on the necks of the wicked, the slain, whose day has come, whose iniquity shall end. Return into its shape. I will judge you in the place where you were created, in the land of your nativity. I will pour out my indignation on you. I will blow against you with the fire of my wrath, and deliver you into the hands of brutal men, who are skillful to destroy. You shall be fuel for the fire, your blood shall be in the midst of the land. You shall not be remembered, for I, the Lord, have spoken. Glory be to the Lord, and the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
Choice nine, alleluia, chenevranem efiot, nemepshirin, nebnevmaith oab, notin otamin. Toxabatri ke eo ke ageo pneumati kenin ke ai ke estos ionaston ionon amin. The praise of the 9th hour of the Friday eve of the Holy Pascha, may its blessings be with us all. Amen. O Lord, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, through Jesus Christ our Lord. The power and the glory forever. Kyrie eleison, hoc te tibo nebion, Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Salmos tudam avid nitzajinem no eshvim O ehrini ham an et et chenohi moinom o ebshois kata ano evi nemkatamet pi et ho ente no evi ovi Maro o Shoshe enje oni ben et koti ensata Epsi Shima Aro Koto Ef Aho Ense Engenetso Echini Eroyen hat petho
Και καταξιωθήνημας τες ακρόασιος το Άγιο Ευαγγέλιο, Κυριόν και των Θεών εμού. Εκατεύσομεν σοφέι όρθια ακούσομεν το Άγιο Ευαγγελιονής οευ κατά μεθύων Αγίων.
Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king. May his blessing be with us all. Amen. Who speak peace to their neighbors, but evil is in their hearts. Give to them according to their deeds, and according to the wickedness of their endeavors. Let those be put to shame and brought to dishonor who seek after my life. Let those be turned back and brought to confusion who plot my hurt. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Matthew the Evangelist. And pure disciple, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. And while he was still speaking, behold, Judas, one of the 12, with a great multitude with swords and clubs, came from the chief priests and elders of the people. Now his betrayer had given them a sign, saying, "And whomever I kiss, he is the one. Seize him." Immediately he went up to Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. But Jesus said to him, "Friend, why have you come?" Then they came and laid hands on Jesus and took him. And suddenly one of those who were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword, struck the servants of the high priest, and cut off his ear. But Jesus said to him, "Put your sword in its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword. Or do you think that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he will provide me with more than 12 legions of angels? How then could the scriptures be fulfilled that it must happen thus?" In that hour Jesus said to the multitude, "Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and you did not seize me. But all this was done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled." Then all the disciples forsook him and fled, and those who had laid hold of Jesus led him away to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him at a distance to the high priest's courtyard, and he went in and sat with the servants to see the end.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Mark, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all. Amen. And immediately while he was still speaking, Judas, one of the 12, with a great multitude, with swords and clubs, came for the chief priests and the scribes and the elders. Now his betrayer had given them a signal, saying, "Whomever I kiss, he is the one. Seize him and lead him away safely." As soon as he had come, immediately he went up to him and said to him, "Rabbi, Rabbi," and kissed him. Then they laid their hands on him and took him. And one of those who stood by drew his sword and struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his ear. Then Jesus answered and said to them, Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to take me? I was daily with you in the temple teaching, and you did not seize me. But the scriptures must be fulfilled. Then and they all forsook him and fled. Now a certain young man followed him, having a linen cloth thrown around his naked body. And the young man laid hold of him. And he left the linen cloth and fled from them naked. And they led Jesus away to the high priest. And with him were assembled all the chief priests, the elders and the scribes. But Peter followed him at a distance, right into the courtyard of the high priest. And he sat with the servants and warmed him at the fire.
Glory to you, Lord.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Luke, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all, amen. And while he was still speaking, behold, a multitude, and he who was called Judas, one of the 12, went before them and drew near to Jesus to kiss him. But Jesus said to him, Judas, are you betraying the Son of Man with a kiss? When those around him saw what was going to happen, they said to him, Lord, shall we strike with the sword? And one of them struck the servant of the high priest and cut off his right ear. But Jesus answered and said, Permit even this. And he touched his ear and healed him. Then Jesus said to the chief priests, captains of the temple, and the elders who had come to him, Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs? When I was with you daily in the temple, you did not try to seize me. But this is your hour and the power of darkness. Having arrested him, they led him and brought him into the high priest's house. But Peter followed at a distance. Now when they had kindled a fire in the midst of the courtyard and sat down together, Peter sat among them.
Glory to you, Lord.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint John, the evangelist, the pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all, amen. Then Simon Peter, having a sword, drew it and struck the high priest's servant and cut off his right ear. The servant's name was Malchus. So Jesus said to Peter, "Put your sword into the sheath. Shall I not drink the cup which my Father has given me?" Then the detachment of the troops and the captain and the officers of the Jews arrested Jesus and bound him, and they led him away to Annas first, for he was the father-in-law of Caiaphas, who was high priest that year. Now it was Caiaphas who advised the Jews that it was expedient that one man should die for the people.
Glory to you. The prophecies of the 11th hour of the eve of the great Friday of the Holy Pascha, blessed be with us all. Ameen. From Isaiah the prophet.
From Isaiah the prophet, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. When its boughs are withered, they will be broken off. The women come and set them on fire, for it is a people of no understanding. Therefore, he who made them will not have mercy on them, and he who formed them will show them no favor. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord will thresh from the channel of the river to the brook of Egypt. And you will be gathered one by one, O you children of Israel. So it shall be in that day, the great trumpet will be blown. They will come, who are about to perish in the land of Assyria, and they who are outcasts in the land of Egypt, and shall worship the Lord in the holy mount at Jerusalem. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, which is at the head of the verdant valleys, to those who are overcome with wine. Behold, the Lord has a mighty and strong one, like a tempest of hail and a destroying storm, like a flood of mighty waters overflowing. Who will bring them down to the earth with his hand? The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim, will be trampled underfoot, and the glorious beauty is a fading flower, which is at the head of the verdant valley, like the first fruit before the summer, which an observer sees. He eats it up while it is still in his hand. In that day the Lord of hosts will be for a crown of glory and a diadem of beauty to the remnant of his people, for a spirit of justice to him who sits in judgment, and for strength to those who turn back the battle at the gate. But they also have erred through wine, and through intoxicating drink are out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through intoxicating drink. They are swallowed up by wine. They are out of the way through intoxicating drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. For all tables are full of vomit and filth. No place is clean. Whom will he teach knowledge? And whom will he make to understand the message? Those just weaned from milk? Those just drawn from the breasts? For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little, there a little. For with stammering lips and another tongue he will speak to this people, to whom he said, "This is the rest with which you may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing." Yet they would not hear, but the word of the Lord was to them, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little, there a little, that they might go and fall backward, and be broken and snared and caught. Therefore, hear the word of the Lord. you scornful men who rule this people who are in Jerusalem. Because you have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we are in agreement. When the overflowing scourge passes through, it will not come to us, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood we have hidden ourselves. Glory be to the Holy Trinity, the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit.
Doxology of the 11th hour of the eve of the Friday, the Holy Pascha, blessed be with us, Amen. We pray together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever. Amen. Kyrie eleison, thopteticum nembio, nembismo nembiamai, Christos, Besotir Nagathos, Tagom Nembaes, Biepses of Shobinief, Sotirea, F. O. Tok Tetigom Nembio, Nembezmone Bia. Iisus Christos, Vesotiren agathos tagom nembais, Bieb shosab shobi nieb sotireia et oeb toktet. Pray together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever. Amen.
Some of the nations rest. And the people the King of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel. Together against the law. More than the is anointed. He who sits in the heavens shall the Lord shall hold them in derision. Speak and in his wrath, and distress in his deep displeasure.
Ταξέωθεν της ακροα Κύριον και των Θεών ημών, οικετεύσομεν σοφέ ορθιακοσόμεν το Άγιο.
Αναγνωσίς εγώ εν Ευαγγελιόν εθώευ κατά Μαθαίον Αγίου δοξάσι
Ni arşerefse nem pimanti habtir fnavkotien saumet metheren nojing chaisos hina ense chodvev o embojimi e avi enge omish emetheren Oshtem bevangelion ethoem.
From the Psalms of our teacher David, the prophet and king, may his blessings be with us all. Amen. Why do the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed. He who
who sits in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall hold them in derision. Then he shall speak to them in his wrath and distress his deep displeasure. O Lord, have pity and mercy on us, and make us worthy to listen to your holy gospel. A chapter from the holy gospel according to St. Matthew, the evangelist, apostle, and pure disciple. May his blessings Now the chief priests, the elders, and the council sought false testimony against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. Even though many false witnesses came forward, they found none. But at last 2 false witnesses came forward and said, "This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God and build it in 3 days. And the high priest arose and said to him, "Do you answer nothing? What is it these men testify against you?" But Jesus kept silent. And the high priest answered and said to him, "I put you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God." Jesus said to him, It is as you said. Nevertheless, I say to you, hereafter you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming on the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest tore his clothes, saying, "He has spoken blasphemy. What further need do we have of witnesses? Look, now you have heard his blasphemy. What do you think?" They answered and said, "He is deserving of death." Then they spat in his face and beat him, and others struck him with their palms and their hands, saying, "Prophesy to us, Christ, who is the one who struck you?" Now Peter sat outside the courtyard, and the servant girl came to him, saying, "You also were with Jesus of Galilee." But he denied it before them all, saying, "I do not know what you are saying." And when he had gone out to the gateway, another girl saw him and said to those who were there, "This fellow also was with Jesus of Nazareth." But also he denied with an oath, "I do not know the man." And a little later those who stood by came up and said to Peter, "Surely you are also one of them, for your speech betrays you." Then he began to curse and swear, saying, "I do not know the man." Immediately the rooster crowed. Then Peter remembered the words of Jesus, who said to him, "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times." So he went out and wept bitterly.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to St. Mark, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessing be with us all. Amen. Now the chief priests and all the council sought testimony against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. For many bore false witness against him, but their testimonies did not agree. Then some rose up and bore false witness against him, saying, We heard him say, I will destroy this temple made with hands, and within 3 days I will build another made without hands. But not even did their testimony agree. And the high priest stood up in the midst and asked Jesus, saying, Do you answer nothing? What is it these men testify against you? But he kept silent and answered nothing. Again the high priest asked him, saying to him, Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? Jesus said, I am, and you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming with the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest tore his clothes and said, What further need do you have of witnesses? You have heard the blasphemy. What do you think? And they all condemned him to be deserving of death. Then some began to spit on him and to blindfold him and to beat him and to say to him, Prophecy. And the officers struck him with the palms of their hands. Now as Peter was below in the courtyard, one of the servant girls of the high priest came. And when she saw Peter warming himself, she looked at him and said, You also were with Jesus of Nazareth. But he denied it, saying, I neither know you nor understand what you are saying. And he went out on the porch, and the rooster crowed. And the servant girl saw him again, and began to say to those who stood by, This is one of them. But he denied it again. And a little later those who stood by said to Peter again, Surely you are one of them, for you are a Galilean, and your speech shows it. Then he began to curse and swear, I do not know this man of whom you speak. A second time the rooster crowed. Then Peter called to mind the word of that Jesus had said to him, Before the rooster crows twice, you will deny me 3 times. And when he
thought about it, he wept.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Luke, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all, amen. And a certain serving girl, seeing him as he sat by the fire, looked intently at him and said, "This man was also with him." But he denied him, saying, "Woman, I do not know him." And after a little while another saw him and said, "You also are of them." But Peter said, "Man, I am not." Then after about an hour had passed, another confidently confirmed, saying, "Surely this fellow also was with him, for he is a Galilean." But Peter said, "Man, I do not know what you are saying." Immediately while he was still speaking, the rooster crowed, and the Lord turned and looked at Peter. Then Peter remembered the word of the Lord, how he said to him, "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times." So Peter went out and wept bitterly. Now the men who held Jesus mocked him and beat him, and having blindfolded him, they struck him on the face and asked him, saying, "Prophesy, who is the one who struck you?" And many other things they blasphemously spoke against him.
A chapter from the Holy Gospel according to Saint John, the evangelist and pure disciple. May his blessings be with us all, amen. And Simon Peter followed Jesus, and so did another disciple. Now that disciple was known to the high priest, and went with Jesus into the courtyard of the high priest. But Peter stood at the door outside. Then the other disciple, who was known to the high priest, went out and spoke to her who kept the door, and brought Peter in. Then the servant girl who kept the door said to Peter, "You are not also one of this man's disciples, are you?" He said, "I am not." Now the servants and officers who had made a fire of coals stood there, for it was cold, and they warmed themselves. And Peter stood with them and warmed himself. The high priest then asked Jesus about his disciples and his doctrine. Jesus answered him, "I spoke openly to the world. I always taught in synagogues and in the temple where the Jews always meet, and in secret I have said nothing. Why do you ask me?" He asked those who have heard me what I have said to them. Indeed, they know what I have said. And when he had said these things, one of the officers who stood by struck Jesus with the palm of his hand, saying, "Do you answer the high priest like that?" Jesus answered him, "If I have spoken evil, bear witness of evil. But if well, why do you strike me?" Then Annas sent him bound to Caiaphas the high priest. Now Simon Peter stood and warmed himself. Therefore they said to him, "You are not also one of his disciples, are you?" He denied it and said, "I am not." One of the servants of the high priest, a relative of him whose ear Peter cut off, said, Did I not see you in the garden with him?" Peter then denied again, and immediately a rooster crowed.
Etereas. Beshiri. Aria. Fiat Messina.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. The commentary of the first hour of the Friday eve of the Holy Baschamate. Blessings be with us all. Amen.
Jesus raised his eyes to heaven and said, "Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son on earth. I have glorified you on earth, because I have completed the work that you have given me and have satisfied you. What you gave me I have given to them, because I have chosen them from the world. They have accepted my word and know that I have come from you. I ask you for them and for all those who will believe in me through them. I chose them from the world. I am coming to you, and I shall leave them in the world. While I was with them, I protected them and gave them your word. O righteous Father, the world has not known you, and those who have known that you have sent me, and I have made your name known to them. May the love with which you have loved me be in them, that they preach your grace to the Gentiles, and I may be in them." These were Jesus' prayers for his disciples, whom he sent to the world to bring forth plenty of fruits. Those were the shining stars that lightened up the whole world.
The commentary of the third hour.
When Jesus and the disciples finished praying, they went up to the Mount of Olives. Jesus, our Savior, started telling them openly, "You'll all lose faith in me this night, as the scripture and the prophet said. I shall strike the shepherd and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after my resurrection I shall meet you in Galilee." Peter said, "If everybody denies you, I shall not." Jesus answered him, "This very night before the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times. Peter answered, "Even if I have to die, my Lord, I shall never deny you." All the other disciples said the same. This was to fulfill the prophecy in the psalm saying, God whom I praise, break your silence, for the wicked is accusing me." Who is the wicked? None but Judas Iscariot, born in sin, who betrayed his Lord, rejected grace, and gained sin and bad inheritance with the unrighteous money he paid for his crime.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us that he... The commentary of the sixth hour.
Jesus left the Mount of Olives, and his disciples came to a place called Gethsemane. He told them, "Stay here till I go and pray." He took with them Peter and 2 sons of Zebedee, and started praying for his coming passion. He told them, "Keep awake and pray." He went a little further and fell on his face and prayed in sorrow, "My Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass by me, but not according to my will, but as your will." He came back to the disciples and found them sleeping. He said to Peter, "Could you not keep awake with me 1 hour? You should keep awake and pray that you do not enter temptation." He went away again the second time, praying for the cup to pass him by, and prayed the same prayer for the third time. Then he came back to his disciples and told them to wake up and rise, for his betrayer is close at hand. Woe to you, Judas, more than all other people, for many sins have multiplied. You have denied the blessing and loved evil, therefore you are cursed forever.
Christ our
Let us glorify and exalt his name according to his greatness.
When Jesus finished talking to his disciples about his passion, Judas Iscariot, one of the 12 disciples, came with a large number of men armed with swords and clubs. For the chief priests and leaders of people, Judas the traitor arranged a sign with them, saying, "The one I kiss is the man, arrest him." He went straight up to Jesus and said, Hail, Master, and kissed him. Jesus said to him, "Friend, how dare you betray me with a kiss?" One of the disciples pulled out his sword and struck out the servant of the high priest and cut off his ear. Jesus said, "Put away your sword, for all who draw the sword will die by the word. I can appeal to my Father, and he will send me thousands of angels to defend me." When the disciples saw that they escaped and left him with the crowd, they took him to Caiaphas, the high priest, and Peter followed at a distance and sat down at the courtyard. "Woe to you, Judas, for you deserve eternal punishment. You will be cursed, and your fate will be with the adulteress in hell."
The commentary of the 11th hour.
Listen to David, the king of Jerusalem, blaming the inhabitants, saying, "Why this uproar and untruthful mutterings against the nations? O ye kings of the earth, rose in revolt against the Lord Jesus Christ." Through the guidance of your Holy Spirit, David knew that Jerusalem will be the place where the chief priests will gather and ask for a false witness to condemn Jesus to death. Many men have false witnesses, but the chief priests could not find any truth in them. At least two stepped forward and said, This man said, "I have the power to destroy the temple of God in 3 days and build it up." The high priest said, why are you silent? If you are Christ, the Son of God, tell us. Jesus said, you have said it. The high priest tore his clothes and said, he has spoken blasphemy. We do not need any more witnesses. Meanwhile, Peter was sitting outside. A servant came up to him and said, you were a disciple to that Galilean. He said, no. Another came saying, you are one of those followers. You are a Galilean. He denied. A third one came saying, I have seen you with him in the garden. He denied it again, saying, I do not know what you're talking about. At that moment, the cock crowed. Peter went out and cried bitterly.
Christ our Saviour came and suffered for us.
So, firstly, I'd just like to apologize for being up here. As most of you would know, Abu Antonius was actually scheduled to speak tonight, so apologies in advance. Many people this week saw Christ. Many people saw him, but saw him a little bit differently. You have Caiaphas and the high priests, the Pharisees, seeing Christ as a blasphemer and a threat. On the other hand, you've got people who call him a prophet. Simon Peter, who says, Christ, you are the Son of the living God. And then others who were basically indifferent, such as Pontius Pilate and even Judas. So what really differentiates these different opinions from one another? If we take the same challenge upon ourselves tonight, and as we look upon the crucifixion, who is it that we see? And what is it that we see exactly? Do we see the execution of a poor Jewish man? Do we see a simple teacher who maybe got caught up in a few problems and ended up getting into a bit of trouble? Or do we see the Son of the living God who came down to save us all from our sins? Maybe a combination of these answers, possibly. See, the hymns in this week give us a little bit of a hint or a clue. You'll notice that a lot of the hymns during the week, and if you pay attention tomorrow, you'll also notice that some of the hymns begin with a slow and sad, somber tone, but by the end it's actually quite joyous. And we're playing the cymbals and the triangle. So there seems to be this kind of dual lens. There's kind of a bit of sadness, but also a little bit of happiness, both going on at the same time, in parallel. St. Paul, who was a Jewish man himself, very familiar with the Jewish customs, and also, I guess, he was a contemporary at the time of Christ, so he would know a lot more than what we would know through reading scriptures. He says in his letter to the Ephesians, "Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word, that he might present the church to himself." And in a couple of verses after that, he says, "For this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh." And he's actually quoting Genesis. So St. Paul sees the crucifix very differently. He sees Christ as a husband. He sees Christ hanging on the cross as the ultimate bridegroom who's here to unite his bride with himself, the church, which is us. But is St. Paul kind of alone in this idea? If we look back at some of the readings throughout the week, I've just got some things written down.
So we go from like Monday, 9th hour prophecy. And from Genesis we read, "And the Lord God said, it is good, not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him." Monday Eve, 6th hour, the prophecy from Joel says, "Lament like a virgin girded with sackcloth for the husband of her youth." On Tuesday in the 11th hour prophecy from Proverbs, it says, "For jealousy is a husband's fury." Wednesday Eve, the 6th hour from St. Matthew, "Then the kingdom of heaven shall be likened to 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom." In the same night, on the 1st hour, we read, "And the kingdom of heaven is like a certain king who arranged a marriage for his son." And in the commentary, it clarifies that the king is actually God the Father. So it turns out that this image is actually not so foreign after all. In fact, in the Old Testament, it's probably the most common relationship that's called out between Christ and the people of Israel, this idea of the bridegroom. And so what we have before us is actually an icon of the greatest love story ever known to humanity. And so if we use this double or dual lens that the hymns kind of portray throughout the week, and let me kind of take you on a little journey through back the events. There was many events this week, yeah. So if we go back through these events and kind of see how they played out, but also another way of looking at them, given this lens that St. Paul talks about. So on Sunday, what do we see? We see Christ entering Jerusalem, a humble poor man on a colt, entering a city with people who probably don't really know him, don't really care too much. They're just kind of in for the excitement of it all. But on the other hand, actually, we have a groom who enters into the city of his bride. He's kind of coming to meet the family. You'd know if you had any weddings in your own families. When you have all your relatives come from overseas and there's just a lot of festivity and it's all such a joyous occasion. On Monday, Christ goes into the temple and expels all those who are buying and selling, the merchants, those who don't belong there, those who don't really care about God at all. They're in the temple for other reasons. And on the other hand, we can see that it's like the groom going into the church, preparing, tidying up, cleaning the premises, for his own wedding ceremony. On Tuesday, we hear of the parable of the invitations to the wedding feast. Now, these people didn't want to attend. They were too busy. And on the other hand, it is a groom that comes to hand out his invites to his friends, to those who he believes are chosen, not just called. On Wednesday, yesterday, we saw the pouring of the fragrant oil upon the head of Christ by the woman in the house of Simon the leper. And on the other hand, we can see this as a symbol of the groom's personal preparations, his own personal grooming. And today, Christ celebrates the Last Supper with his disciples. This is the type of, let's call it, bachelor party with his groomsmen. And actually, in some versions of the Bible, the word disciple is translated as, in certain parts, as the sons of the bridal chamber, which is defined as the friends of the groom who would have assisted in wedding preparations. So, as you can see, the journey is developing, and there's only one thing left. Okay, and that's the actual wedding, which is tomorrow. So if in previous years, let's say we have walked in the shoes of various characters, maybe relating to Mary or Martha, Zacchaeus potentially, one of the apostles, or even St. Peter, St. Mary and St. John at the foot of the cross. And this year we have the opportunity to go all the way, to go one step further, to choose to be the character of the bride of Christ, uniting with the groom upon the cross, crucifying ourselves, crucifying our sins, crucifying our lives for others like Christ did. And this is exactly what the martyrs did. This is how they understood it. Saint Stephen, the patron of our very church, he quotes the very words that Christ said upon the cross when he's being stoned to death. Saint Peter was literally crucified upside down. Okay, so again, it isn't very foreign to assume to be united with the bridegroom. So if we agree to take upon this character, then there's a couple of things that we need to do, right? Because there's only a few hours to the wedding. And if anyone's had anyone get married in their family, they know how important the hours before the wedding is. So if we can agree to do 3 things together tonight as we go home to prepare. So one, I was going to say, let's stay awake and watch, unlike the disciples tonight, but we don't want anyone to be tired, so get a good night's sleep, but go to sleep thinking of Christ. Wake up really early, eager to come to church to see and meet your bridegroom. You know, just like a bride the night before her wedding probably can't find sleep in her eyes because of the excitement. And she wakes up really early to get ready. She's so eager to go and meet her groom. So that's the first thing. The second thing is to beautify our souls through repentance tonight. Again, the bride will wake up really early. She'll get her hair done. She'll put on all her makeup. She'll, any fine tunings necessary. So we can do the same thing with our souls tonight. Okay, I was reading actually in one of the Jewish customs. So the veil, the wedding veil, it's got Jewish roots. And it symbolizes 2 things. So one is obviously the trickery of Laban to Jacob. But the second thing is that it signifies the love for the groom to his bride, not based on her physical appearance that will pass away, but rather on her inner beauty that will last forever. So we need to prepare ourselves. The third thing was to offer a gift and doing something for somebody in the body of Christ. Some brides may decide to, prepare little presents for either the groom or the family. And so we'll do the same. By doing something to one of us, we can, message somebody you haven't seen, ask about someone, pray for someone tonight. So we agree we'll do three things together to prepare ourselves as the bride of Christ as we come before our groom tomorrow on our wedding day. And the church also, the church is active. It's working with us as well. It's also preparing for this special event, this event that, changed history forever, split the calendar into 2. Decorates the church with flowers. The throne that the groom and bride would sit upon is decorated with flowers and roses. The church also calls in all the photographers, which are the evangelists. If you realize from tonight, we started reading 4 Gospels per hour. So, no detail is to be missed. Everything is to be recorded and watched. So, the church is also working with us for this special event. May we all return to our homes tonight before our wedding day, and prepare ourselves to unite with the bridegroom so that we are able to conclude our wedding ceremony not with the kiss of betrayal like Judas today, but rather the kiss of selfless love to her bridegroom. And glory be to God forever.
We ask thee, O Lord our God, the Father, the Almighty, and the only begotten Son, the Creator and Perfecter of all, and the Holy Spirit, the life-giver, before whom kneels down every creature in heaven and on earth. We ask, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us. For the sake of the perfect peace and the unity of all the churches in the world, and the monasteries and all the holy places and their dwellers and keepers, O God, have pity on your creation. Save us from all evil, we ask, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You who prepared for the life of man before his creation and made all things with your wisdom and embellished the sky with the stars, the earth with vegetation and the trees and the vineyards and the valleys with the shrubs, roses, and you now are King, accept unto you the prayers of your servants, standing between your holy hands, saying, we ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us. O great and holy God, who created man according to your image and your likeness, gave him a live and reasoning soul, have mercy, O Lord, in your creation which you have created with your, and have compassion on us, and bestow upon us your mercy from your loftiness of your holiness, and your many mentions. We ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You who saved your servant the righteous Noah from the deluge, he and his children and their wives, and also all the animals, clean and unclean, in order to renew the earth once more, we ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us. You're the Creator, the benefactor of all. Save your people from the deluge of the sea of this world. Preserve them and the animals from harm. As for the birds, give them their footage, give cattle pasture, and feed the baby crows. We ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You who was received as guest by your servant Abraham, the father of fathers, and sat at his table and blessed his offspring, you now, our King, accept the prayers of your servants, the priests standing between your holy hand. Have mercy on the world, O Lord, and save your people from any hardship. Dwell in them and accompany them, we ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us. We ask you, O Lord, to guard us from all evil. Have pity on your creation, all your people, because all people look up unto you. Give them their food in due season. You are the feeder of everybody and the help of the helpless, the hope of the hopeless. We ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You who looks to the humble with ever attentive eyes for your concern, and saved Joseph from his master's wife, made him king of Egypt and its affairs, and led him past safely the days of his tribulation. That his brethren and his father came to him and kneeled before him, took from him wheat, food for their children and their cattle. Likewise we bow before you and kneel before your holy hands, and thank you, our Creator, benefactor, for this condition, every condition, and for all conditions, and pray that you save us from the hardships. We ask you, Lord, to hear us, have mercy upon us. Lord, the word of God the Father, the giver of the law, the prophets, and the Old Testament, you are the perfection of them all, and save your people from all the tribulation. Arrange their life according to your good will, and save us from famines and calamities. We ask our Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You who supported the people of Israel for 40 years in the desert of Sinai when they had no house or store, you now, my Lord, protect your people and support them and bless their homes and their stores. With your heavenly blessing we ask our Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us. You who accepted the prayer of Elijah to spite when the sky rained and the earth gave fruit, and blessed the barrel of meal and the cruse of oil in the house of the widow, accept the prayers of your people through the intercession of the holy saints and prophets. We ask your Lord to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
O God, have compassion on the world with kind and merciful eyes. Bless their crops and the storehouses and the little they may have. Raise the waters of the rivers according to their measure. Grant moderations to the winds, blaze all the rivers of the world this year and every year. Give joy to the face of the earth and to us men. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. You who accepted the repentance of the Ninevites when they passed it together and received the confession of the right hand thief upon the holy wood of the cross, make us also worthy of the blessings of blessing you and receiving your compassion, crying and saving and saying, remember us, O Lord, when you come into your kingdom and receive from your servants their repentance, their confessions, their fasting, and their offering, which are offered upon your holy altar as acceptable incense, and have mercy on them. We ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You, the mighty provider, justice, healer, and physician of our souls and bodies, who tested his servant's Job and healed him of his calamities and recompensed him for his what he had. Have mercy on your people and save them all. Cut tribulations, trials, and hardships, O upholder of those who trust in you. We ask you, O Lord, hear us and have mercy upon us.
O you, Christ our God, the Word of the Father, who made a covenant with his holy disciples, and washed their feet and made them leaders of believers and guiding lights of religion and satisfaction for hungry souls, and taught them prayer, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy.
You, the wonder worker, who fed thousands from the 5 loaves, and raised the dead, and blessed the wedding at Cana of Galilee, now you, our Lord, bless the bread, the oil, the fruits, the honey, the stores, the trades, and the affairs of your servants. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O Lord, save your people and protect them from all sides with the life-giving sign of your cross. Raise the lot of Christians in all the world and soften the hearts of their rulers towards them, and their hearts with charity towards the poor and the needy brethren, and deliver them from all evil. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O Lord, who left for us the holy covenant of his holy body and blood every day on the altar as bread and wine, transformed by your Holy Spirit, and commanded us, saying, Do this in remembrance of me. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O Christ our God, have mercy on your people and the descendants of your apostles. Give blessing to the fruit of all the earth, and make happy the heart of humans by multiplying the fruits of wheat, vines, and oil. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O you who are begotten of the Father and was incarnate from the blameless Virgin Saint Mary in the fullness of time, who said unto his holy apostles, Go and preach to all the nations and baptize them and teach them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Be also with your people who cry unto you, saying, We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. You, the forgiver of sins and the giver of good things, forgive the sins of your people and cleanse them from all uncleanliness, and wash them from all deceit, and keep them from bearing false witness and all envy and slander. Take away from their hearts evil thoughts and unbelief and pride and callousness. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O Virgin Mother of God, you are the fence of our salvation and the impregnable fortress. Bring to naught the counsels of the adversaries, and turn the afflictions of the servants into joy. Defend our city and fight for the Orthodox kings and rulers, and pray for the peace of the world and the churches. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. You, the God of mercy and compassion and the Lord of consolation, do not be displeased with us, nor rebuke us for our evil deeds, nor the multitude of our sins. Do not be angry with us, nor let your anger last forever. Hearken, O you, the God of Jacob, and look, O you, the God of our succor. Protect the world from death, scarcity, pestilence, earthquakes, horror, and causes of fear. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. For the sake of our protection under your holy and lofty hands, O God, we ask you to keep for us the life of His Holiness our Pope Abatawadros II, and his partner in the Apostolic Liturgy, our Father the Bishop Amber Daniel. Institute him in his see for many quiet and peaceful years. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O Christ our Lord, we ask of your goodness and your great mercy to keep for us the lives of our fathers, the metropolitans, the bishops, and all the clergy and the laity. Multiply the dignity of the clergy, give purity to the deacons, strength to the elders, understanding to the young, chastity to the virgins, asceticism to the monks and nuns, virtue for those in wedlock, and protection for women. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. Also raise the fallen, return the travellers safely to their homes, support the widows and the orphans, and give plenty to those in poverty. Those who are in debt, pay their debts for them and forgive them. And those who are in distress, give them comfort. Heal the sick and repose the departed. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us. O God of our fathers, the saints, do not forsake us, nor neglect those whom you created with your holy hands. O you, the merciful, who revealed his love to mankind, Accept from your mother intercession on our behalf and save us. You're the Saviour of the humble. Do not forget us forever or renounce us unto the end. For the sake of your holy name, your beloved Abraham, your servant Isaac, and your Saint Jacob, do not break your covenant with us, nor deprive us of your mercy. We ask you, O Lord, to hear us and have mercy upon us.
Evnotin ainan se shonai eron ari onai neman chentek met oro.
Glory to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, now and forever, and unto the ages of ages. Amen. We proclaim and say, O our Lord Jesus Christ, who was crucified on the cross, crush Satan under our feet. Save us and have mercy upon us. Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Jesus Christ, our true God, who accepted the passion willingly and was crucified on the cross on our behalf, may he bless us with all spiritual blessings, help us, and complete for us the Holy Pascha, and show us the happiness of his holy resurrection for many years to come, through the never-ending intercessions of the blameless Holy Lady, the Theotokos Saint Mary, and all the choirs of angels and archangels, through the prayers of the patriarchs, the prophets, the apostles, the martyrs, the just and the righteous, the cross-bearers, the ascetics, the confessors, and the anchorites, and through the blessings of the Holy Pascha of our good Saviour. May their holy blessings, their grace, their power, their gift, their love, and their help be with us all forever. Amen. Per Christos penoti. O King of peace, grant us your peace, settle your peace upon us, and forgive us our sins. For to you are the power, the glory, the blessing, and the honour, now and forevermore. Amen. O Lord, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, for thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory. Before everyone goes, there's two very, very important announcements. First, an announcement about the film tonight.
So just quickly, for the movie tonight, I've been given a list of things to tell you. Number one is that the movie will start at 10:30 p.m. sharp. Reason being is because tonight's a work night, which means once we finish, we have to leave very quietly. As long as people just look after each other out in the car park as well, and make sure no one's revving cars and carrying on. It is a work night, and we just want to do the right thing by our neighbours. Also, it's 18s only, unless you've got parental permission. So if you do, you need to see Irini or Marina, Benoob. And also, there's no eating inside the hall because we won't have time to clean up afterwards. So make sure if you eat, you're going to have roughly an hour's time. Go eat, come back. And also, there's also no lingering. So anyone who feels like just hanging out, it's not the place, it's late at night, don't hang outside, don't hang out in the car park, and definitely don't come to hang out inside the movie. Is that cool? Cool.
Thank you. And on the note of cars, Passion Week is very heavenly for us, but sadly sometimes it can become very hellish for our neighbours, and we don't want that. Christian love means we should care about everybody. I heard someone was just telling me today that apparently the police were here, I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday, and they actually got someone in big trouble for parking and blocking a driveway. Sorry? Apparently. So apparently from 7 a.m. tomorrow, police will be conducting patrols, and church security will be helping with parking. There will be an area to drop off prams and elderly, so if you need to drop off an elderly person or a pram, you can come in and drop them off and then go and park outside once again. And our lovely little, the little golf buggy will be driving around the streets and picking up people who parked far away, and the church bus will also be driving around and picking up people who parked far away. So don't worry, if you parked a long way away, there will be help at hand. Please also cooperate with the people who are doing the church security. Please don't give them a hard time. It's bad enough that they're giving up their Good Friday and standing outside to look after and make the day pass in peace. Please make their day a happy day. And of course, do not park and block off neighbours' driveways, and please do not park on the footpaths. That is illegal. You will be booked if the police see you. You will have a hefty fine that will make your Good Friday truly a painful Good Friday. Please do not do that. We don't want to do that. And I hope you wouldn't do that because you have kind and loving hearts, not because you're afraid of the police fine. Let's stick to that story. That's what's happening.
And finally, Bill just reminded me that tomorrow is apparently the 20th anniversary of the English service here at Archangel Michael Church. I can't believe it's been 20 years. Isn't that amazing? Some of you weren't even born when we started. It is such a blessing, and let us pray that God may bless this service to continue and to grow and to serve many people and bring them to Christ for many years to come. And Alhan, if you want to practice, feel free to stay and practice Alhan. And now the love of God the Father and the grace of his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, and the gift and the communion of the Holy Spirit be with us all. Go in peace, the Lord be with you.